There will now be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. Thanks. Please be seated. Honorable members, before we proceed with today's business, I have to announce that the Honorable J.M. Tembu has been appointed Chief Whip of the Majority Party with effect from the 21st March 2016. The first item on the order paper is a motion in the name of the Chief Whip of the Majority Party. The Chief Whip.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Shibambu, what is your point?
I want to stand before we proceed with anything in this house that you must recuse yourself as a presiding officer today, because the Constitution has found out against you in terms of the court case that the EFF took to the Constitutional Court, that we have violated the Constitution, that we have disregarded the laws of this Parliament, and you are still sitting there. You are not supposed to be, they don't deserve to be in that seat because you are not supposed to be a presiding officer here. Anything that you do is illegal. So I stand to propose concretely that you must step down, and then a different presiding officer takes over that seat so that we can have a rational and fair Parliament today. Can you please step down? Step down, please.
The Honorable, the Chief Whip.
The Deputy Speaker, the Constitution is very clear on any matters with regard to recusal. There is no such in the Constitution. But indeed, the Constitution says that if any party wants to raise any motion against the Speaker, there is a process of raising such a motion. We will then direct the EFF to please not disregard the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa.
Madam Speaker.
Honorable Steenhuisen.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to address you in terms of Rule 15, if I may. Madam Speaker, Rule 15 deals with the relief of the Speaker and calls on the Deputy Speaker to take the chair when requested to do so by the Speaker. The Honourable Mthembu, the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, is correct in the point that he's made. However, Madam Speaker, I would like to submit to you today that when Rule 15 is read in conjunction with the Guide to Procedure, and I would like to quote from page 18, if I may, it says here that the Speaker is required to act fairly and impartially and to ensure that the rights of all parties, including minority parties, are protected. In all his or her actions, the Speaker must uphold the dignity and good name of the House. I would like to read that in conjunction with, if I may, in the findings of Judge Ashley Bin Wards in Agang versus Speaker, which was a judgment handed down in October last year. And if I may quote, it says here at 81, there are clear indications in the rules, constitution and court judgments that the Speaker is required to be independent, impartial and fair. The Supreme Court of Appeal in Gauteng Provincial Legislature versus Killian explained that the Speaker should not submit to political pressure. She is required by the duties of her office to exercise and display and I quote here, the impartiality of a judge, unquote. This was confirmed in Lakota and another versus Speaker National Assembly. Madam Speaker, I submit, while there is nothing in the rules that compels you to recuse yourself today, I submit, Madam Speaker, that you were the first respondent in the matter that served before the Constitutional Court last week. You are therefore, if I may use the terms, party to the crime that took place. And I would ask you, Madam Speaker, in the interests of restoring the credibility of this Parliament, that you make the decision to invoke Rule 15 and ask the Deputy Speaker to preside over this debate today.
I will continue to allow this exchange, Honourable Chief Whip.
Honourable Speaker, who must speak here? Who must speak here? Jacob
Speaker,
who must speak here?
The judgment from the Constitutional Court is a judgment against the National Assembly. Its findings are on the National Assembly, on all of us, not against the Speaker. Therefore, I would therefore...
Order, honourable members.
I'll therefore urge you, Speaker, to remind these members to read this judgment if they've forgotten what the judgment was about. And also request you, Speaker, to rule that indeed there is no provision in our Constitution that says you must recuse yourself, and therefore continue to preside over this House. Thank you very much.
I see the Honourable Likota.
I'm speaking here. Again, I don't recognize
Honourable
you. I mean, you are
Malema,
not,
please take
you
a
are not
seat.
a credible person to preside over this thing.
Malema, take a seat.
No,
I
but I want to
recognize
speak. I
Honourable
can't be told
Likota.
by you to sit down. You are not qualified to tell me to sit
Honourable
down.
Malema.
You are not a correct speaker. So
Honourable Malema.
No, Balega, listen to me.
Honourable
Balega, listen
Malema.
to me. You are not a speaker here. You don't have a right to sit where you are sitting. You are sitting there illegally. You have violated the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. You don't qualify to sit where you are. And it was you in protection of Zuma. We are discussing Zuma now. We cannot discuss Zuma with you presiding over this matter. You were there. You messed up this case. You want to continue messing it up. So the best thing, you must recuse yourself. We are not asking you to do anything. Let the Deputy Speaker sit there. And this Chief Whip of the ANC says it's Parliament. Parliament is you. That's why you called the press conference to clarify the Constitutional Court to clarify this matter.
Honourable Malema,
the press conference. We didn't call a press conference because you know that you are responsible. That's why you called a press conference to respond to Constitutional Court. Why must we be told we are Parliament today? You are Parliament. You must take full responsibility for this mess. So we are asking you peacefully to relieve yourself of that chair and allow the Deputy Chairperson.
Honourable Malema, you are out of order. You are out of order, Honourable Malema, and you do not speak to the chair that way.
Honourable Speaker,
and Honourable Shibambu, I have not recognized you.
On a point of order, can you please recognize me?
No, I am not recognized. I've recognized Honourable Likota.
Okay, when he finishes, I'm coming back. And by the time I come back, you must be down there.
Honourable Likota.
Madam Speaker, very sadly, we have to remind each other that the presiding officer is the leader of the legislature. You are a member of the legislature. You are not a member of the executive. Therefore, the fact that the legislature has been found to have failed in its duty to hold the executive to account, you, Madam Speaker, and the other presiding officers, no, you, Madam Speaker, and the Chair of the Council of Province, you lead the legislature in carrying out its responsibility of monitoring the executive. The court has found that you have failed to lead us in that direction. But the worst thing is that you were part of the respondents in the case before the Concord. You cannot avoid the direct manner in which it attaches to yourself. Please, Madam Speaker, allow for somebody else to preside over these proceedings so that there is a balance, that we can be satisfied that we are fairly presided over. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Likota. I would now like to respond to the points that have been raised. And they are that, at this point, nothing in the Constitution nor in the rules requires me to recuse myself. The judgment makes an order relating to the National Assembly. The order is about the National Assembly. Should the House feel it necessary for anything to be done that is out of the normal way, we'll discuss that in the right forum and a proper decision will be taken. At this point, I would like to proceed.
We did not send you to the Constitutional Court to represent Parliament. We did not sit here and take a resolution that you must oppose that particular application in Parliament. If you asked us, if you had the decency to ask us of our opinion, we could have told you we are going to win, and therefore you must suga endleleni so that it can be Jacob delinquent Zuma, so that he can pay back the money that he spent in Nkandla. So you are illegitimate. There is no other way. It's a question of conscience. It's a question of the ruling. It's not a question as well of the rules that we have here. It's that you lack judgment. You're a constitutional illiterate. You can't understand. Even at the press conference, you continued to embarrass everything that we represent in this house. Let somebody competent who has shown competence approach the speaker as the seat, and you step down. You'll come back on other business that is not so important in relation to the removal of the president. We want to remove Zuma today. Please step down.
Speaker.
It's simple.
Speaker.
The Honorable Singh.
Speaker.
I have recognized the Honorable Singh, and I would like to prevail on honorable members to raise their hands so that we can recognize them and proceed in an orderly fashion. Honorable Singh.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for recognizing my hand, if nothing else. Honorable Speaker, last week there was a landmark judgment, and whilst you are quite correct that nothing in the Constitution asks you to recuse yourself from that chair and nothing in the rules, but Madam Honorable Speaker, the gravity of that decision against the National Assembly, of which you are the leader, brings into question, and the fact that you are a member of the top 6 that pronounced soon after the judgment brings into question your impartiality, Madam Speaker. And whilst we are not demanding, I think we are making a humble request that in the interest of fairness, that the Deputy Speaker should preside over the sitting when we deal with the motion on the order paper. Thank you.
Honorable members, at the right time, the Deputy Speaker will preside. At this point, I am presiding.
Iqondo zakho ziyasebenza kahle kahle.
Speaker.
Awuyiboni mase soyenzile kuleli iqondo zakho ziyasebenza kahle. Can you just
Honorable Speaker.
go down, please?
Honorable Kwankwa, I'd like you to take your seat, raise your hand, let me recognize you.
We raised our hand long before the IFP did.
Honorable Kwankwa, please take your seat. I will recognize members who are raising their hands while they are sitting. Honorable Olomisa, I actually recognized you.
Mhlali ngaphambili namalungu abekekulelo alendlu yowiso mthetho apha mama ikhona ingxaki njengomuntu ubuye wawumela lendlu eParliament ungathunywanga sithi wawuyimele court ngoko ke sithi noko uconflicted awunawuze ube ngoku uzawupreside fairly apha kuba umoshile nale press conference buyenzile kanguthunywe ezi party members but ukwazile ukuthi yomela le parliament sithi khawunikeze omnye umuntu asithi ubagodi kumphelo yeze lo xesha kodwa for le kaMsholozi sawuthetha ngayo
Order, honorable members, let Honorable Olomisa speak. Honorable members, please let him speak. Finish off, Honorable Olomisa.
uyabona ezi marshals zakho ngaphesha pha ziyangcola ugqibile
Honorable Ngakula.
Madam Speaker, honorable members.
I have recognized Honorable, okay. I thought it was that Honorable Ngakula.
He's far from
But
me.
I realized it's the other one.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
I've been having my hand up since I don't know for how long. My point is point of...
Order.
I won't sit down. Madam Speaker, there is no need for us to discuss this matter. I think just put the question to the House, whether people want you to chair the session or not, and we put this matter to a vote, and we proceed with the work of Parliament.
I believe that is a helpful way forward out of this particular matter. Because, honorable members, there's a serious motion before us. There's a serious motion before us. The DA has requested for a debate on a serious motion. And I would like the House to proceed to that debate. And therefore, in order for us to make sure that this particular matter of recusal, of non-recusal, must not delay the House, let us indeed put it to a vote.
On a point of order.
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker. That's what you did, voting for wrong things even the previous time. You keep on voting for wrong things. You keep on voting for wrong things. Voting kettles. Voting for wrong things. You voted for Nkanda report here. It was wrong by court. Stop the voting thing. Listen to superior logic. Stop voting things. Every time you can argue, let's vote. Let's vote. Bloody voting kettles.
Honorable Kentani, sit down. You and Inkanta committee, you must sit down. You.
Point of order, Speaker.
Kentan.
Point of order.
That one must sit down. That one must sit down.
Honorable member.
Inkanta, that one. Must sit down, that one. Kentani, sit down. We are here because of you and Frolic. Sit down there.
My problem, Honorable Kwangwa, is that you are standing. And Honorable Kubisa. Honorable Kwangwa.
Thank you.
Honorable Speaker.
Speaker. No, after you. After me. Honorable Speaker, my request when I stood there, the request I wanted to make earlier is that allow all opposition parties that wish to make an input on this matter to have their say before you respond. If vote, all it's going to do, Madam Speaker, is going to confirm that ni right, ni wrong, or ni njani.
Okay. So do you want to make an input? Honorable Kubisa?
Honorable Speaker, it is true that there is no section in the constitution of the country that says you must recuse yourself. But you must understand, Honorable Speaker, we are Parliament and our job is to do oversight. Section 55 of the Constitution says you must do oversight. Rule 15 says if you recuse yourself, the Deputy Speaker will take over. There will be no vacancy. The Deputy Speaker will take over and this Parliament will proceed. In line with Rule 16 again, there is going to be no lacuna in this Parliament.
The Honorable Mulder.
Honorable Speaker, the proposal that you wanted to put through just now to allow the House to vote whether you should recuse yourself or not is exactly the reason why you should recuse yourself. Because you are wrong, Madam Speaker. The House cannot vote on that. In terms of the rules, the House cannot vote on that. My second problem, Honorable Speaker, is the following. The proposal by the ANC Minister of Defence that the House should vote. When we discussed these things last time, I said if something is wrong, you cannot vote it right. And I was proven correct by the Constitutional Court. You were wrong again. Now you want to use your majority to force this on the House. Why are we saying that you should recuse yourself? The Constitution makes provision for the three tiers of government. The executive, the legislature and the judiciary. The President is the head of the executive. But you are the head of the legislature in South Africa in terms of the Constitution. You are the head of the legislature. In that sense, you are on the same level as the Deputy President. You cannot sit there today and take instructions from the certain political party called the ANC. You cannot do that. Because today you are not acting as the chairperson of the ANC. You are acting as the head of the legislative branch of the Republic of South Africa. And you have to understand that. And once you understand that, Madam Speaker, it's not about the rules. It's not about any other thing. It's about in terms of what is the right thing to do. And if you are serious about the right thing to do, you know what the Constitutional Court says. And I think from the opposition point of view, we take serious exception if the new chief whip of the ANC tries to put on our agenda the illegal actions by the majority on that side of the House. We are not responsible for that. We have never been responsible for that. The majority of the ANC took those illegal, unconstitutional decisions and brought this House into disrepute. Now, I understand, Madam Speaker, that you are under instructions from your party and its caucus and the Secretary General. You can do that, and you can try to follow that decision, but you will be failing in your position as head of the legislature in South Africa. At least, is there somebody on that side that is prepared to do the honourable, correct thing? Madam Speaker, set the example.
The Honourable Pando.
Madam Speaker.
Order. Order.
Madam Speaker, on this side of the House, we are ready to proceed with the debate on the motion that is on the order paper. It is clear some parties are not ready. They know the direction in which the decision will go. Madam Speaker, I agree with the Honorable Mapisa Ngrakula. Let's move to finalize this matter. But added to that, I would ask that you study Hansard with respect to Rule 61 and the references that were made to you by your name, by members of this House. And if you could make a decision in that regard, I would appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, indeed there's a precedent before of us finalizing a matter such as this one, where there was no agreement in the House, by indeed voting on the spot. However, we are processing exactly that issue in order that we can take it forward and get on to the motion on the order paper.
Madam
Because,
Speaker,
honorable members, the DA asked that the National Assembly be allowed to debate this motion, and we have agreed to that. And that's all that we want to do, is to get to the issue of this motion. Now, I don't understand these obstacles that are being put before us. Honorable Steenhuisen.
Madam Speaker, I come back to the beginning. I raised a point of order in terms of Rule 15. Madam Speaker, I would really compel you not to go down this route of pushing it to a vote. The Guide to Procedure says very clearly that you need to uphold the dignity and good name of the House and to act in a way that is fair and impartial to ensure that the rights of all parties. What you are going to do by forcing this situation to a vote is entrench a partisan result, which will prove in the breach the exact point that the opposition is making today. Madam Speaker, I would suggest that you make a ruling in this matter, provide this House with a ruling, bearing in mind what the court said in the... I don't know if you're listening to me, Madam Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Steenhuisen, I did listen to you.
I'm not finished then, if that's the case.
Yes.
In the Lakota case, the court held that the Speaker, although affiliated to a political party, we know what your political party affiliation is required to perform the functions of that office fairly and impartially in the interests, and this is the important part, in the interests of not the African National Congress, the National Assembly and Parliament. Forcing this vote is going to entrench the African National Congress view and their hold on you as the Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've made a simple request. For this debate to proceed, and we want it to proceed, it must proceed on an even pitch. Madam Speaker, the judgment of the Constitutional Court has shown very clearly that you are not an unbiased umpire in this matter. You were named, your role as a Speaker was the first respondent. You are accountable for what this House what this House says and does before the judiciary. That is why you were cited as a respondent. And that is the point. It's a simple matter. It's not anything against you personally. It's that your position as the first respondent in the matter we're going to discuss has fatally compromised your ability to preside in an impartial manner over it. And that's the only reason that we are asking you, Madam Speaker, to invoke Rule 15 out of your own volition for the dignity of Parliament and step down so that the Deputy Speaker can preside over this section of the debate.
Honourable members, I have a request. I've received a request in order to allow for some consultation with myself as well as for the whips to consult, to suspend for 10 minutes the proceedings of the House.
Wena mkhongi nalo message loya mkhongi wena peace
Siyabuya Julius siyovota uthanda noma ungathandi Julius siyabuya
debate has not yet started. We're thinking that we have to leave at 3. And then we'll ask for you just to change. Amend the roster. You're going to be there for a while? Yes.
Don't understand why Mrs. Melvin, that she won't be decided over the motion. She's just taking care of business.
You should have said so. No, she should have not told me yet.
Anyway, it's not our business. It's political.
The mic is on.
Balega. Balega, Cyril. Balega.
Honorable members, I need to remind all of us of the need to always set an example to the nation. We are leaders in our own organizations as well as in society broadly. What we do here sends a message out there, whether good or bad. This assembly provides a forum for public consideration of issues. We have important business in front of us today. We should be able to differ without resorting to unbecoming or offensive language. Effort must be put by all of us into upholding the decorum of this House. The role of the Speaker is to preside over proceedings, apply the rules and orders, and in doing this, the Speaker strives to do so as objectively as possible. As we know, the National Assembly is a representative body comprised of parties with leaders and the whippery. Parliament is able to function when there is cooperation among the parties, especially by the whips. This we do for our country and the people who voted for us. Members should be able to work together for the common good. We will now proceed with proceedings.
Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Malema, what is the point?
Honorable Speaker, I wish to submit that you are continuing of presiding over this debate on Zuma's impeachment constitute a conflict of interest, and I respect the decision that you have refused to recuse yourself, and that is the basis within which we'll take you to court. Because we believe that having been a first respondent on the matter we're about to discuss, you are conflicted and therefore you will not be objective. I can guarantee you You are going to lose, and you are going to lose with cost, and you are costing this parliament a lot of money with that type of an attitude. Whether we are right or wrong, the best thing you could have done as a speaker was to acknowledge that there is no law which forces you, but the fact that almost opposition parties, all opposition parties, are asking that you recuse yourself. Even if there is no law,
Order, honorable members.
you're supposed to just give us that opportunity to be presided over by a different presiding officer. So, in summary, Speaker, you shall receive court papers. Thank you very much.
I note what Honorable Malema is saying. I recognize the Honorable the Chief Whip.
Thank you, Speaker. We were allowed by the House to go and consult with other whips on the matter of the recusal of the Speaker from chairing the session. They pointed out that they are requesting, even though it is not in law, not in the Constitution, that the Speaker should recuse herself because in their view, she is biased. In their view, she is indeed conflicted to the plans of the governing party, and therefore, in their view, in fact, they even said that the Constitutional Court has also cited her, judgment has cited her. And they said on those bases, it would be appropriate if another person or presiding officer were to share the proceedings. We argued, as the African National Congress, maybe we should indicate that not all opposition parties were there, but indeed a number of them were there. We indicated that there is nothing in the Constitution and there is nothing in our rules and there is nothing in any law that says the Speaker should recuse herself from any session of Parliament. But we also indicated that this will set a very bad precedent for our democracy, where when we feel like, we then tell the Speaker again, not in a respective way. Before we went out, all sorts of insults were thrown at the Speaker, by the way. All sorts of insults were thrown at the Speaker. We also don't request her in a manner that is respectful, in a manner that is dignified, to do something that is not in the Constitution. We say that this will then set a terrible precedent. And as such, the African National Congress will not agree to that. Because we could not agree to something that is not in our Constitution. Our Constitution is quite clear. It's quite clear what we need to do if indeed we need to bring a motion of any kind against the Speaker. That is found in Clause 50 of our Constitution. But having said that, the parties said, by the way, since we are now not seeing one another on this issue, can we then call the Speaker? We said, of course, we will go and speak to the Speaker and see whether she'll be able to come and speak to the parties. The Speaker did come. The parties, I'm reporting to this House, the parties did repeat their take on the matter. We did again restate the unconstitutionality of the recusal of the Speaker from chairing the session. We are now here in this House, the Speaker having spoken to the parties and having told the parties, all of us, what her view is, and that she will continue to preside over this House. Thank you very much.
Honorable Steenhuisen.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Thank goodness the government whip doesn't speak for the opposition. allow me to say at the initial outset, it would have been impossible for us to bring such a motion because the Honourable Chief Whip of the government had asked us if we would move motions to the end of the day. It would have been completely impossible for us to have done so by his own request and through cooperation, which we had acceded to. So that is a moot point, frankly. The second point I'd like to make, Madam Speaker, is that it shouldn't have been up to the opposition or for this side of the House to make these points. These points about the implications of this judgment, your being cited as a respondent, are common knowledge and frankly should have been at the forefront of your mind, Madam Speaker, if you actually had the best interests of this institution at heart. You should have not appeared in the chamber today at all to restore the dignity and respect of this Parliament. That being said, we appreciate that you agreed to meet with us because, as the point I made in the meeting, and the point I've been making all morning, all afternoon, is that you are our Speaker too. And we expect protection. And you see, you complain about insults, Madam Speaker, but when the opposition is being insulted, I see there's very little protection from your side. But nonetheless, let me say that the protection and integrity of this institution should have been at the forefront of your mind. It shouldn't have been up to the opposition to remind you of these obligations. We appreciate the fact that you've met with us, and we will hold our counsel until we get to the item on the order paper, which deals with the motion in the name of the Chief Whip, the Leader of the Opposition, before we rise again, should we need to.
Having listened to the honourable members, the leader of the EFF has spoken. The leader of the EFF has spoken. Honourable members, we are not continuing the debate on the recusal of the Speaker. We would now like to proceed with the business of the day.
Can we just clarify some of the misrepresentation of the Chief Whip of the majority
Honourable
party?
Shibambu, no.
Because there are lots of things that are said by Honourable Chief
you
Whip
will
of the
say it
majority
when you
party.
debate.
It's
When
not-
we
it's
come,
not part of our
when we
speaking
come to
rules.
the debate, you can then say those issues. I think
It's
we've
not the same
wasted
issue.
a lot of time this afternoon on this matter, and I really would like now to get on to the first item on the order paper, which is a motion in the name of the Chief Whip of the majority party.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move that the House, notwithstanding Rule 29, which provides for the sequence of proceedings, deal with motions on the order paper before motions of notices of motions and motions without notice. I so move.
I now put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. In line with the motion of the Chief Whip of the majority party, we now come to the motion in the name of the Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition. The Honourable Maimane. Order, honourable members.
Fellow South Africans, honorable members, Bagaetso, Dumelang. When we were elected to Parliament, we swore an oath to defend and uphold the Constitution. And the Constitution says that when a president violates the Constitution, he can be removed by this Parliament. It was therefore our duty to table this motion and have it debated today, because we believe in the rule of law and we will do what is right by that law. And of course, we know that our counterparts on the ANC benches do not share our respect
for the rule of law.
You are rented, you man.
Indeed, in his judgment last week, the Chief Justice was scathing about the conduct of the ANC Parliamentary Caucus and the presiding officers. So we are under no illusions as to which way they will vote this afternoon. We know that the ANC will fall in line behind President Zuma, but it is not our job to worry about the internal politics of the ANC. Our job is to uphold the Constitution, to expose the truth, and to offer a clear way forward for the country. And that is exactly what we intend to do today. So let me start with the events of last Thursday at the Constitutional Court. The judgment handed down by Chief Justice Mogoeng should have been enough to secure President Zuma's fate. When the highest court in the land ruled that the man occupying the highest office violated the Constitution, it should have been the end of President Zuma. Because the Constitutional Court judgment removes any doubt that the president has forsaken his oath of office. And on Friday evening, the 1st of April, South Africans across the land dismissed President Zuma's hollow apology with contempt. Because today, the anger in our country remains palpable. The people of this country don't like being taken for fools, and that is what President Zuma and Gwede Mantashe did on Friday night. They told us that all the years of lies and evasions were just a misunderstanding. They said the president was badly advised. They said he was always going to comply with the public protector's report. Basically, they said it's not a big deal. Well, we are here on behalf of every South African to say it is a big deal. It is a big deal when your president spends 246 million of public money on his private house. It is a big deal when first he denies that it was public money and then says it was for security upgrades only. It is a big deal when he says in this parliament that he had no intention of paying back anything. It is a big deal when he misleads this house and he says he was paying for it with a bond. It is a big deal when he deploys his lackey ministers to make up lame excuses and call it a fire pool. It is a big deal when he uses his caucus in this parliament to defend him with his unconstitutional ad hoc committees. Honorable members, today is a historic day. It's a historic day because it will show the people of South Africa the true character of the people they voted for. Today, it will be recorded that ANC members of this parliament chose to defend a crooked, broken president instead of the Constitution and the rule of law. Today will signal once and for all that the ANC has lost its way and there is absolutely no way back. You see, corruption in the ANC is not limited to one part of the organization or to one person. Corruption has infected the entire party like a cancer. And while our attention today is focused on a large and malignant tumor, we know that under the surface, the disease has replicated itself in every cell. Speaker, the ANC's vital signs are not looking good. Former President Kgalema Motlanthe correctly diagnosed the disease when he said, and I quote, "The rot is across the board. It is not confined to any level or any area of this country.
Almost every project is conceived because it offers opportunities for certain people to make money. A great deal of the ANC's problems are occasioned by these. There are people who want to take it over so that they can arrange for the appointment of those who allow them possibilities for future accumulation. In fact, just last week, the Minister of Social Development and President of the ANC Women's League, Bathabile Dlamini, confirmed that corruption has infected the whole ANC leadership. She said, all of us in the ANC's National Executive Committee have our smaller skeletons and don't want to take out all skeletons because all hell will break loose. What you are saying, Minister, is that all the current ANC leaders are corrupt and some are just more corrupt than others. Speaker, nobody in the ANC is immune from the cancer of corruption. And so today, when ANC MPs defend President Zuma and his corrupt acts, they will show that they were all complicit in the spread of the disease. Because in rallying behind President Zuma, ANC MPs confirm what we already know, that President Zuma is not the cause of the disease, he's merely the biggest symptom of the disease. And even once this tumor is removed, another will pop up and the disease will spread until every last cell is corrupted. Speaker, this is no longer the organization that produced leaders like Albert Lithuli, Oliver Tambo, Walter Sisulu, Nelson Mandela, and Ahmed Kathrada. The ANC has been reduced to what Thabo Mbeki called an ignoble, blood-sucking, and corrupt parasite. But honorable members, let me conclude this address by speaking to members on my side. You see, when later today the votes are counted, you will claim a victory. Because deep down you know that on this occasion, when you lose, actually, when you win, you lose. Every South African will see once again rescuing that the Honorable Chief Justice called the ugly head of impunity from the chopping block. So as ANC MPs, perhaps today you should ask yourself this simple question. How many fake victories will you claim for the people of this country? Because make no mistake, every court judgment, every motion, you lose every single time. And when you go to your constituencies, people will ask you, they are already mobilizing against the ANC than never before. And this weekend, South Africans have an opportunity to register to vote and remove this rotten ANC, which is rotten to the core. So today, vote to protect President Zuma and watch how South Africans respond. We can, honorable members, have a government that respects the rule of law, that takes its oath of office seriously, that defends the Constitution and serves the people. We can have a government that respects the power of people to elect it and to remove it. We can have a party in government that believes that when a president breaks the law, he's no longer fit to become the president. And with this government comes a commitment to creating jobs, to cutting corruption, and to delivering basic services to all. And this year, whether it's in Nelson Mandela Bay, in Tshwane, in Joburg, voters have a chance to make a change, and many voters will make that change. Today, the ANC will choose Jacob Zuma. It's up to the voters of South Africa to make a different choice. And believe you me, they will vote for change. I thank you.
The Honorable JJ, the Deputy Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honourable members, the motion is brought in terms of Section 89(1) of the Constitution that the National Assembly may remove the President on the grounds of a serious violation of the Constitution or the law. So there are set legal requirements in the Constitution for such a motion. It's not a motion of no confidence where there don't have to be any reasons. The DA in their draft resolution claim that the President seriously violated the Constitution by instituting parallel investigative processes and failing to implement the Public Protector's remedial action. But here's the issue. The Constitutional Court judgment stated that the President failed to uphold, defend and respect the Constitution. In the order, they stated that his conduct was inconsistent with the Constitution. But the court did not find a serious violation, as Section 89(1)(a) of the Constitution requires. There is a difference, whether the DA likes it or not, between an inconsistency and a serious violation. In fact, the EFF specifically wanted the court to declare that the President violated his oath of office, but the Constitutional Court did not declare this. Nor did the court declare that the President had perpetrated a serious violation of the Constitution or the law, committed serious misconduct, or has shown an inability to perform the functions of office. And it is only on these grounds that Parliament may remove the President from office. So it is the DA and not the Constitutional Court that is saying the President committed a serious violation of the Constitution. Now, in our constitutional dispensation, it is only the Constitutional Court that can determine what is constitutional and what isn't. Prior to that determination, on the issue of the Public Protector's powers, which was given last Thursday, there was no legal certainty on the matter of whether the Public Protector's remedial action was binding or not. And it was upon this legal uncertainty that events unfolded as they did. By way of example of the different views on the matter, a constitutional law textbook, Woolman and Bishop, The Constitutional Law of South Africa, which was published in 2012, states, and I quote, "One of the most common criticisms leveled against the Public Protector and Ombudsman generally is that the institution lacks the power to make binding decisions. In truth, however, the ability of the Public Protector to investigate and report effectively without making binding decisions is the real measure of its strength." And I close quotes. This seemed to be correct, as even previous Public Protectors were of the view themselves that their findings were not binding. In November 2000, then Public Protector Advocate Selby Bakwa told SAPA at the International Ombudsman Institution Conference that, quote, "While he had no statutory powers, government implemented about 90% of the recommendations made by his office." This argument appeared to have been confirmed in the Democratic Alliance versus SABC and others case, where Skeepers J in the Western Cape High Court confirmed that the Public Protector is not a court of law and that the findings and remedial action imposed by that office are not binding and enforceable. So it was against this legal backdrop of strong ideas that the Public Protector's remedial action was not binding, that events unfolded as they did. So what opposition parties now, with the luxury of hindsight, say is crystal clear was not always so crystal clear. It was not even so crystal clear to the Public Protector herself. In an affidavit made and attested to by Ms. Madonsela on the 8th of April 2014, in the case of the Minister of Home Affairs versus the Public Protector, which was a review application, the Public Protector states at paragraph 60, and I quote, "The Constitution and the Public Protector Act do not provide any mechanism to enforce the remedial action taken by the Public Protector." In the next paragraph, she states, "The remedy does not bind the applicants. It cannot because there are no provisions in law that make the remedy binding." In paragraph 62, she states, "While the Public Protector cannot and does not make binding orders, its recommendations should nevertheless be respected." Interestingly enough, she also argued in paragraph 19 of her affidavit that the Minister of Home Affairs should not have taken her on review and that the matter, and I quote, "could and should have been debated in Parliament. The objections of the minister could have been raised there, and if it was deemed necessary, Parliament could have determined whether I exceeded my functions or not. I submit that that is the more proper means of addressing any concerns in my report, and that it was improper for the applicants to approach a court. So what the Public Protector was saying in April 2014 was, don't go, take it to Parliament instead. Judge, paragraph 73 states that the judgment of the Supreme Court of Appeal was correct in recognizing that the Public Protector's remedial action might at times have a binding effect. I don't have to explain to the opposition what might means. So why am I explaining the legal uncertainty to the House? It's to show that the President and this House never acted with malafides, in other words, bad faith. The President acted in good faith and in the justified belief that he was entitled to do so in terms of the Constitution. So his failure to fully implement the recommendations of the Public Protector or to take the report on review was on the belief, for which there was considerable support at the time, that remedial action was not binding. There are opposition parties who want to create the idea that when someone is handed a report by the Public Protector, they must simply comply with it as though it were a court order. But this is not the case. The Constitutional, somebody says it is, but let me read on. The Constitutional Court itself held that there is not an absolute bar to what one sees as a parallel investigative process. The court held that, and I quote, "The President was entitled to inquire into the correctness of those aspects of the report he disagreed with. The inquiry could well lead to a conclusion different from that of the Public Protector, and such a contrary outcome is legally permissible." It was not only for President Zuma that the Constitutional Court has declared the conduct of a president invalid. In the Albert case, the Constitutional Court upheld a decision interdicting President Mbeki from granting pardons to perpetrators of political violence because the exercise of the power to grant pardon was not rationally related to its purpose. In the pharmaceutical manufacturers case in 2000, the Constitutional Court famously held that President Mandela violated the Constitution on the basis of acting irrationally, and that his bona fides were no defense. Madam Speaker, the President has issued an apology and assured the nation that he acted in good faith and never knowingly and deliberately set out to violate the Constitution. The President has undertaken to the nation that he will abide by the judgment. He has agreed to pay for the non-security measures implemented by Public Works at Nkandla. The Minister of Finance has given the assurance publicly that Treasury is putting together a team with the necessary technical expertise to execute the mandate given by the court. The President, the Executive and Parliament will do exactly as the court has ordered, because we believe in the rule of law and because we uphold the Constitution. And I thank you.
The Honorable Malema.
Thank you very much, the leadership of the EFF and members of the opposition. I didn't think that we're going to come here to repeat exactly what we did with the Public Protector's report, because we see now members of the ruling party trying to second guess what the Constitutional Court said. And we had this debate on the Public Protector, and we gave you guidance on how you need to handle the Public Protector's report. You are repeating a similar mistake. When you say a person has failed to uphold his oath of office, it means that person has failed to uphold, defend, and respect the Constitution. You can't say a person has not breached his oath of office, and therefore EFF did not get what they asked from the Constitutional Court when the court said this person has failed to uphold, defend, and respect the Constitution. That is an oath of office. So once you fail to do that, no one can argue, not even a Deputy Minister of Justice, that you have succeeded. You didn't uphold, you didn't respect, you didn't defend the Constitution, but you have succeeded in upholding your oath of office. That doesn't make sense. The judges were clear that the President and this Parliament engaged in an unlawful activity. And we cannot behave as if the court has not pronounced itself. Now the court has made it very clear who messed up. You want us to continue as business as usual. The Speaker of Parliament doesn't get removed. The President remains. The legal advisors of the President remains. Even after that Constitutional Court, no single individual has been held accountable. And you want us to believe that you are protecting the Constitution, you live by the rule of law. We are all equal before the law. And including Zuma, he must be equal before the law. Because if the court finds that he has violated the Constitution, he must be subjected to the rule of law.
Yes.
Now,
Honorable Malema.
Inconsistent.
Honorable Malema, please take your seat. Yes, what are you raising on, Honorable Member?
Can Honorable just sit down, please? I want you to raise the order. Hey, man, I'm not going to sit down right now, man.
Sit down.
Speak your words to my
time. Honorable Malema.
Hey, sit.
Honorable Malema.
Sit.
Honorable Member. Honorable Member. Wait.
It's not going
Honorable Malema.
I'm not going to sit down. I'm not going to sit down. I'm not going to sit down.
Honorable Malema.
I'm not going to sit down.
Sit. Honorable Malema.
I'm not going to sit down. He must speak. If you don't want to speak, I'm continuing.
No,
now, the inconsistency of the Constitution is equal as the breach of the Constitution.
Honorable members.
You cannot be inconsistent of the Constitution and want to tell us that you are behaving in a right
Honorable
manner.
Malema, I have asked you to take your seat. Please do so, sir. The rules of the House, Honorable Malema, the rules of the House applies. Please take your seat.
Tell that one not to tell me to sit down. I can't be told by
take your seat.
A backbencher
Honorable
to
members,
sit down.
Take your seats, all of you, and keep quiet. Honorable members, take your seat.
No, but call that one of yours to order first.
All of
he can't
you take
tell
your
me
seats.
to sit down.
Honorable Malema.
Who is he to tell me to sit down? Why must I be told by a marshal to sit down?
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Member, please take your seat. Honorable Malema.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Take your seat. What are you rising on? Honorable Member. No. What are you rising on? Order. Honorable Member.
No. There's no sound, Speaker. Sound. No sound. Deputy Speaker. I think, Honorable Deputy Speaker, why still in the sitting? Every member has got a right to be called an honorable member. I don't think Honorable Malema is correct when he's to call President by his first name. To say Zuma. So he must refer.
Is that a first name? Zuma is his first name.
President or Honorable President.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, that's the rule. Honorable members, please take your seat. There is a rule to that effect. Honorable Malema knows it.
No.
Proceed, Honorable Member.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, order.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Member, what are you rising on?
On a point of order, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Dlamini on the other side said foot tag inside the House.
What's
and
his
that
name?
is out of order.
Who's that?
Honorable Dlamini there.
Honorable members. The Speaker, in opening this debate, appealed to us to avoid using language that is unparliamentary and out of order. Can you please desist from doing that? Honorable members, stop screaming at each other. Be orderly. And if you do this again, I am going to ask you, because you are violating Rule 51, I'll ask you to withdraw. Proceed, honorable member.
So, if you can't listen to us because we are in opposition, at least listen to Kathrada. At least listen to Goldberg. At least listen to MK, real generals and not cooks. Not cookers. Real generals who are saying to you, this is not what they fought for. I don't know if sitting here, Mr. Ramaphosa is going to vote against the Constitution. He's the one who was leading the processes towards the adoption of this Constitution. We want to see Mr. Ramaphosa, Mr. Praveen. We want to see Mr. Jonas, the darling of anti-corruption, if you are going to vote for this corruption against the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. We are calling upon you to have another Ben Turok amongst you. Another Ben Turok who's going to vote against a mob. It is better to stand alone and stand for the truth. Stop thinking through your stomachs. Use your brains to think. Honorable Cronin, Honorable Blade, follow the Communist Party line.
Honorable Malema, your time is expired.
People who want to destroy South Africa and the people who want to destroy our Constitution. Without the Constitution, we are finished. Zuma and the ANC want to convert South Africa into a banana republic. But you must be guaranteed, all of you, the yellow lot, you will never destroy South Africa in our presence. The EFF will defend this country.
Switch off this microphone.
Order.
Yes.
Order, Deputy Speaker.
Skeleton nyana, smaller nyana skeleton.
Order.
Order, Speaker.
Members in the gallery, you are expected not to do what you are doing. Honorable members in the gallery, we welcome your presence, but not your participation in the business of the House. All of you in the gallery, all of you. Honorable Singh.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Makwetla. Honorable Singh, take your seat.
May I please address you on a point of order?
Yes.
I did not want to rise whilst the leader of the EFF was still on the podium, because I did not want to interrupt him. But I find it totally unacceptable that an honorable member can yell insults at us and be mentioned by name, and the presiding officer does not call on that member to withdraw and apologize. I don't understand that.
Honorable Makwetla, thank you. Is that you done?
Yes, that's my point of order.
All right. Honorable.
And I want you to rule on that.
No, Honorable Makwetla. Honorable Makwetla, it is appropriate for members to rise when what is happening takes place, so that we can rule on that matter as it happens, at the time it happens. We will, honorable member, please take your seat. I'm not inviting you back to the seat. We will look at Hansard. I do wish to appeal to members. Do not commit violation of the rules in the House and assume you are going to get away with it. The records will tell us that. Honorable I wish to, because we have said so, we will come back to each one of you who have violated the rules despite our telling you not to do so. Honorable Singh, proceed. Honorable
Speaker.
Yes, what are you raising, Honorable Member?
I want to raise on a permanent point of order on Honorable Makwetla, because it's not the first time he does this. He lets Parliament discuss issues and then he comes later to raise a point of order on things that have already happened. And there's a specific rule in the National Assembly rules that says that you raise a point of order as and when something happens. You don't relapse and then think about it later. And then you then think that, no, because yesterday someone violated the Constitution or the rules, I must then raise a point of order today.
Okay.
That is not how the rules. Maybe that justification of him spending 50,000 on alcohol is understandable now.
Honorable
Maybe that is
Shivambo,
the problem.
take your seat. And I do want to remind you that the rules have been applied in the House. Members have said, please go and look at Hansard, rule on it. The same principles applies on this thing, and that will be done. Yes. Honorable Singh, proceed.
My hand was up.
What's your
you don't see well.
What are you rising on, Honorable Member?
Yeah, now we are talking.
Honorable Gadi.
Deputy Speaker.
What's your language?
The issue here is, it can't be that you will entertain the point
No, I
of
will.
order.
I'm not asking for your permission. I've made a ruling. Don't go there.
No, but
Don't
you made
go
a
there.
ruling earlier.
No,
so you
I
can't
made
make
a ruling.
another ruling.
I will go there, Honorable Gadi. I'm not asking for your permission. The rules permit me to do that as a presiding officer.
That is exactly what we said about the biasness and impartiality of such people like yourself.
Honorable Member, that's your
Deputy
opinion. Please
Speaker.
take your seat. Singh, proceed.
Yeah, problem.
Proceed, Honorable Singh.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, following the President's statement to the nation on Friday night, the Secretary General of the ANC, Mr. Gwede Mantashe, faced the obvious question from the media. Could this lead to the removal of the President in terms of Section 89(1) of the Constitution? The short shrift with which Mr. Mantashe responded should have been a warning to all of us that there is no hope of a two-thirds resolution. This is just not going to happen. When we stood in this House last month and debated a motion of no confidence, the President of the IFP reminded us that the ruling party has repeatedly used its majority to shut down opposition, whether it is in the best interests of the country or not. There is no reason to believe that today will be any different. The whole saga of Nkandla was precipitated on the bull-headed use of parliamentary majority. At the very first meeting of the ad hoc committee on Nkandla in 2014, I advised that a declaratory order be sought from the Constitutional Court on the binding nature of the Public Protector's remedial action. The ANC refused, launching a 2-year debacle that has ended where it should have started, in the Constitutional Court. The IFP was deeply disappointed in the President's response to the Constitutional Court judgment. The very least South Africa deserved was an unreserved apology for the abuse of taxpayers' money, for the refusal to admit that he and his family had unduly benefited, for treating Parliament with scorn when questions were asked, and for standing by while the reputation of Parliament, government, and his own party sustained irreparable damage. Simply apologizing for frustration and confusion is a slap in the face of every South African. Deputy Speaker, we participate today in support of the motion on the order paper, knowing full well that the majority will still likely use their power to flout the Constitution. Today is not about South Africa against the ANC. It is about responding to the supremacy of the Constitution and the rule of law. This is about saying to 11 Constitutional Court judges, thank you for applying your minds and leading the nation. We as a National Assembly now have a responsibility to act. Otherwise, history will judge us harshly. Saying no to this motion would not only be morally and ethically unconscionable, but would also be a clear violation of the sacrosanct oath of office that each and every one of us hold here as members of Parliament. We implore you as members of the ruling party to do the right thing. And if you choose not to, then one can only say,
your time is
cry
expired,
the
sir.
beloved country.
Honorable
Thank you.
Deputy Speaker, honorable members, as members of the National Assembly, we have responsibility to the Constitution to hold the executive accountable, and if we fail to impeach President Zuma today, we will be in violation of the oath which all of us took to fulfill the constitutional duty. The President must uphold.
Members, order.
The President must uphold, defend, and respect the Constitution as the supreme law of the Republic, as outlined in Section 83 of the Constitution. The National Freedom Party has consistently called for President Zuma to be held accountable during the entire Nkandla saga, and we do so even today. We met as the National Working Committee of the NFB, and we said from the very onset that President Zuma has to abide by the remedial action proposed by the public protector. Section 55 of the Constitution provides for the National Assembly to maintain oversight over the executive. South Africa cannot afford to have the president who violates his oath of office. We cannot have a president who neglects his oath to uphold, respect, and defend the Constitution of our country, and went to extraordinary lengths to discredit the public protector. The public protector said the president must pay for only the non-security features, which are the chicken run, amphitheater, the crawl, visitor center, and the fire pool. We deserve better than having a president who has failed to provide the country with transparent and accountable leadership and continues to serve his own interests at the expense of the country. We deserve a president that will put South Africa first, not the one who puts his political party first. Honorable Speaker, the president has lost the confidence and respect of the people of South Africa. And even if members of his own party are complaining too, and even the elders of the ANC have complained too, they say enough is enough. The time has come to demand a president with integrity, someone who will restore dignity to the highest office and provide transparent and accountable leadership. Perhaps the time has come to take a serious look at the way our state president is appointed. We are currently at the mercy of the decision of a few thousand members of the ruling party who makes this decision at the conference, which is risked by undercurrents of personal and power politics. This process does not guarantee that the best person for the job is elected. The National Freedom Party believes that it will be far more equitable and transparent if the president is elected directly by the people of South Africa.
Your time has expired, sir.
I thank you, Honorable
Olomisa.
Deputy Speaker, Deputy President, and honorable members, the fact is the Constitutional Court has found President Zuma and the National Assembly to have failed to uphold, defend, and respect the Constitution. Today, South Africa finds itself with two organs of state that have lost the moral authority to be representatives of the people of South Africa. President Zuma's unlawful actions have sunk the executive, the National Assembly, the nation, and his political party, and have put the country at a crossroad. The responses from President Zuma and Madam Speaker, together with their accomplices, to this constitutional crisis, have displayed a serious contempt of court. The key question that faces the nation is, what is to be done
The United Democratic Movement recommends as follows. South Africans from all sectors of society should urgently meet and reclaim their freedom by developing and adopting a program of action which will, amongst others, include an immediate resignation of President Zuma, failing which the citizens must cause him to be criminally charged, an immediate dissolution of parliament, an immediate establishment of an interim national government, the reform of Electoral Act, a fair and transparent party funding legislation, and the holding of national general elections within 6 to 18 months from now on. Consultation with the citizens must produce an electoral system that creates a balance between the constituency and proportional representation system, a direct election of the state president by the electorate, a vetting of candidates for cabinet position, an appointment of an independent Speaker of Parliament from outside of the party politics. Let the voice of the people be heard. Asizuxelelwa nina apha nina ezi-marshals ezingenamqolo zihambe zixokiswa zilahlekiswa. Mayidissolve le parliament siyofumana a fresh mandate. Kesikhange uba nawubuya nibe bangaphi na. Abani masela ndini.
Order. Honourable member, proceed. Order, honourable members, please pay attention. Give a member a chance to speak.
Speaker, I want today to suggest and read a statement the ANC can issue today. Let me read. The National Executive Committee of the ANC met over the weekend. After careful debate and discussion, the NEC decided to recall Comrade Zuma. This is one of the most difficult decisions the NEC has ever had to take in the history of the ANC. We fully understand that the decision comes with a degree of pain to Comrade Zuma. Sir, I've just read the statement that was made on the 22nd of September 2008 when the ANC recalled President Mbeki. I merely appraised Mbeki with Zuma. The 2008 statement was made by Mr. Zuma. Let me read from it again. He says, we fully understand that the decision comes with a degree of pain to Comrade Mbeki. Comrade Mbeki has devoted decades of his life to the ANC and our country. The decision to recall him was not taken lightly, but it had to be taken in the interest of making the country move forward. We appreciate the cooperation of Comrade Mbeki and the dignified manner with which he has conducted himself during this difficult situation. When he met with us, he subjected himself to its wishes. He said that as a disciplined cadre of the movement, he would readily accept and abide by any decision of the organization. The ANC prides itself on having leaders who rise to the occasion, who put the organization, the country first, no matter how challenging the circumstances may be. And then in the end, we would like to underline that we acknowledge and accept the ruling of Justice Nicholson and that we will always abide by the decisions of this and all courts in country. End of the quote. Sir, this is the Mbeki declaration. What is the difference between this statement from Mr. Zuma on Mbeki and the situation today? The difference is that Mbeki's mistakes were 10 times less serious than the mistakes made by President Zuma. Mr. Katrada, as an elder leader of the ANC, searched his conscience and offered leadership as to what should be done now in the interest of South Africa. Mr. Matthew Sposa, as a former member of the ANC's top 6, searched his conscience and offered leadership. General Nyanda, as MK veteran, searched his conscience and offered leadership. Today, the ANC members have the opportunity to search their conscience and offer leadership. As members of Parliament, they undertook an oath to uphold the Constitution and to fulfill their duties also today. Sir, today we have the opportunity to get South Africa out of this constitutional quagmire. Sir, If ANC members decide to once again ignore the facts of the past week, they are ignoring the Constitution and are not fulfilling their constitutional duties. Take my word for it. History will, in a couple of years from now, judge them very harshly and negatively. I thank you.
Honorable Likota.
Deputy Speaker, the President failed to uphold the Constitution, and in this regard, he broke his oath of office. He went further to concede to the Concord that he had, in fact, failed to comply with remedial actions of the Public Protector, which he should have complied with. Consequently, the Concord confirmed that that is correct, namely that he broke his oath of office by not complying with the Public Protector's remedial actions. Now, Section 89 of the Constitution empowers and requires us to sanction an occupant of the oath of office if that person commits this transgression of our basic law. Now,
honorable members, you can't keep doing that. Order, members. Order, order. I didn't need any seconding here.
We do not, if we do not do what the Concord has advised us is to be done, then we will be failing to carry out our constitutional duty for the second time. We shall also be complicit in the ruling party's defiance of the Concord. Now, we would like to place it on record that apart from the fact that previously we have consistently pointed out that we are governed by a party that believes that it is above the constitution of the country, we are now in a position in which the Concord has corrected that, placed us on course, and we are not prepared to join whatever majority it may be in defying the constitution of our country and the rule of law of this country. Consequently, when this session closes, we will be ready, if the majority defies the Constitution, we will be ready to join with other South Africans in pursuing the reinstatement of the constitutional order of our country where it truly belongs. We paid too much. We paid with the best years of our lives in the prisons of the nation, in exile, some with their lives. We will not allow a mob of men and women who have no regard for the Constitution to play games with the future of our children and our grandchildren. I thank you.
Honorable Mishu.
Deputy Speaker, the ACDP applauds Chief Justice Mogoeng for his definitive and enlightening judgment last Thursday. It was a true victory for justice that reiterated the fact that no one is above the rule of law. It was also a damning indictment on our President, the Executive, and the National Assembly. Responses and debates about the Public Protector's binding remedial action dragged on for far too long, and that resulted in censure from the court. Had the President listened to sound advice from leaders of the opposition to take the Public Protector's remedial action seriously, then this debate would not have been necessary. As a result of the Concord's ruling, South Africans now know that the President failed to uphold, defend, and respect the Constitution as the supreme law of the land, and that although he was duty-bound to, the President did not assist and protect the Public Protector so as to ensure her independence, impartiality, dignity, and effectiveness by complying with her remedial action. Deputy Speaker, the ACDP believes that the President is guilty of misleading Parliament on a number of occasions on the Nkandla matter. For example, when speaking to the nation on Friday, the President said, and I quote, I have consistently stated that I will pay an amount towards the Nkandla non-security upgrades.
Honorable Mishwe, take your seat, sir. What are you raising on, Honorable Member?
Uyahlukumeza uminister lo wayihlukumeza ifighter ngapha.
Order, members, order. Proceed, Honorable Member. Proceed, Honorable Member.
Okay.
It stopped. It's still okay.
The ACDB believes that the president...
Order, Honorable Members.
The ACDB believes that the president is guilty of misleading Parliament on a number of occasions, such as what happened on Friday night. For example, when speaking to the nation about his response, the president said, and I quote, "I have consistently stated that I would pay an amount towards the Nkandla non-security upgrades once the amount has been determined by the correct authority," close quote. This is clearly misleading because when the Nkandla report was first released, the president is on record as saying, and I quote, "Why should I pay for something I did not ask for," close quote. And when he was questioned about the exorbitant amounts that were spent in Nkandla, he shifted blame to government officials, saying he did not ask for the renovations. South Africa needs a leader of integrity who is committed to upholding the rule of law, the Constitution, truth and righteousness. Our president seems incapable of doing so. South Africans deserve an inspiring leader with high moral authority, something President Zuma does not have. He has been weighed in the scales and found wanting. The president, therefore, needs to listen to the voices of South Africans who are very concerned about their future and step down. We cannot allow our future to be led and to be in the hands of somebody who cannot be trusted, somebody who is not truthful, somebody who has no moral integrity. For the sake of a prosperous South Africa, we need a leader who is committed to truth, righteousness, and justice for all. Thank you.
Honorable Self.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member.
I'm worried that this minister that we pay so much, Minister Maite Mashamaite, she's sleeping in Parliament, and with that position, she's going to fall. And the minister would have fallen. She's still sleeping.
Honorable Member.
She's still, I don't know, what's happening?
That's not a point of order. Take your seat.
No. The minister is sleeping. You can't say that's not a point of order.
No, Josie,
are you condoning people sleeping now?
Josie,
we must come to sleep here in Parliament.
Honorable Self, proceed.
We pay you. Don't sleep here. Hey, man. We're busy debating. You are sleeping. You are a sleepist. You think we're sleepist
Take your
here?
seat. Hey, Honorable Member. Take your seat.
Order, Deputy Speaker. Order, Deputy Speaker.
Order.
What's your order? You can't call an honorable member. Hey, now. This is not a case here.
Honorable Member, take your seat. Take your seat.
You must not be emotional, Chief.
Take your seat, honorable members. Honorable members, can you be in order? Please, let's allow the honorable member to speak. Honorable Minister, why are you rising?
No, I want to understand what this young boy is talking to.
No, Honorable Minister, that's not a point of order.
I want to respond to this young man.
No, take your seat. Honorable Minister, you can't
Minister,
do that.
you must sleep and we must keep quiet. No.
Honorable Member.
Decency to admit when you are wrong. You are sleeping.
Honorable Minister.
You are sleeping on duty.
Honorable Members.
You are sleeping on duty.
Order. Honorable Josie, order. Honorable Members. Honorable Self, please proceed. Honorable members,
Speaker.
can you behave, man, please? Just behave. Proceed, Honorable Member.
Deputy Speaker, I'd like to begin by addressing some words to the Honourable John Jeffrey and to assure him that the Public Protector has never been confused about her powers. If you look at the correspondence that was contained in her report and the correspondence between the President and herself, she was never confused. It is the Honourable the Deputy Minister that is confused. The problem about that Deputy Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development is that he has been disproved in every court in the land.
Honorable Self, take your seat, please. What are you raising on, Honorable Minister?
I would want to suggest that the Honourable Self looks at the Public Protector's affidavit in that case.
As usual, that's a point of view, not a point of order. But the trouble about the Honourable Jeffrey is he's been disproved in every court of the land. Because in the last week, there have been 2 institutions that have come out tops and 2 that have failed miserably. The winners have been the Public Protector and the Constitutional Court. The losers have been the President and the National Assembly. The National Assembly and the Ad Hoc Committee and the Honourable Frolic and all the ANC members who served on it were found wanting by the court. Whatever the spin the Speaker tries to put on it, this is what the Chief Justice said. There was everything wrong with the National Assembly stepping into the shoes of the Public Protector by passing a resolution that purported effectively to nullify the findings made and the remedial action taken by the Public Protector and replacing it with its own findings and its own remedial action. This, the rule of law, is dead against. The National Assembly effectively flouted its obligations. The question is, will it today again flout its obligations? And my impression is that the members opposite, the members of the ANC, are a shiver looking for a spine. But it was really the President whose conduct was excoriated by the court. After years of stonewalling, evasiveness, ducking and diving, obfuscation and prevarication, the President was forced by the Constitutional Court to admit he was wrong. Despite this damning judgment, the President's statement on Friday night contained a whole lot of more choice half-truths, such as, for one, it was never my intention not to comply with the remedial action taken against me by the Public Protector or to disregard her office. Secondly, I have consistently stated that I would pay an amount towards the Nkandla non-security upgrades. And I never knowingly or deliberately set out to violate the Constitution. And the finding by the court that my failure to comply with the remedial action taken against me by the Public Protector flows from the fact that I initially followed a different approach. And the intention was not in pursuit of corrupt ends or to use state resources to unduly benefit me and my family. Deputy Speaker, the Democratic Alliance does not believe him. The opposition doesn't believe him. And believe me, the people of South Africa certainly do not believe him. For a start, he demeaned the Public Protector and frustrated her inquiries. He refused to answer her questions fully or at all. He questioned her methodology. He appointed other persons and institutions to investigate what she had already investigated, with a deliberate intention of calling into question the findings that she had made and the remedial action that she had ordered. The President further described the Public Protector's report as, quote, tainted by lack of proper procedure. He said that, quote, she had not applied the rules of natural justice. He argued that the report, quote, suffers from a lack of integrity. Does that sound like a man who respects and regards the Public Protector? The initial approach that the President followed was not different, it was merely wrong. The Public Protector told him it was wrong in letters to him on the 2nd of October 2014 and the 15th of June 2015. The opposition parties told him it was wrong in the reports we submitted on the 12th of November 2014 and the 23rd of June 2015. The President knew his approach was wrong because he knew that he and his family had unduly benefited from the upgrades. This is the finding by the Public Protector in paragraphs 1052 and 1053 of her report. But the SIU also found that his family had benefited from the upgrades that were not required by the SAPS or the SANDF. Over and above the features identified by the Public Protector, the swimming pool, and yes, honourable members, it is a swimming pool, the amphitheatre, the cattle kraal, the chicken run and the visitor centre, these included air conditioning in his homes, tunnels, lifts, basement parking for 24 vehicles, the relocation of houses, landscaping and civil and electrical work. The President said on Friday that he had never knowingly or deliberately set out
to... All right, Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member. What are you raising on?
No, Honourable Speaker, I was trying to check when Honourable Self can he be able to take a selfie there.
A what?
Can he be able to take a selfie?
No.
Deputy Speaker.
It's out of order.
Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, sorry. It's quite clear that honourable member is ignoring the rules of the House. He's trying to be funny. He's wasting the time of the House. I ask you to act against him. He's an embarrassment to the House.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Deputy Speaker, the rule book is very clear. You can't continue to take frivolous points of orders that are not bound in the rules. You need to stop this member from embarrassing himself and embarrassing this Parliament any further. Please, you can't just keep knocking him down. He needs to have a conclusive ruling to stop this nonsense.
Honourable members, Honourable Self, let's proceed. Honourable members, you know the rules. You mustn't repeat that. You know it's wrong.
Deputy Speaker, the President said on Friday that he had never knowingly or deliberately set out to violate the Constitution. That is simply not true. When President al-Bashir was allowed to visit and leave South Africa in breach of our international obligation, the President knowingly and deliberately violated Section 231 of the Constitution. When President Zuma appointed Advocate Menzi Simelane as the NDPP, he was found by the Constitutional Court to have acted irrationally and to have violated his constitutional responsibilities. And when President Zuma failed to comply with the remedial action by the Public Protector, his action was found by the Constitutional Court to be invalid and inconsistent with Section 83B of the Constitution. This is not ignorance of the Constitution. These are actions of a man that thinks he's above the Constitution and who thinks that the rule of law doesn't apply to him. These are the actions of a man who has flouted his oath of office, which calls on him to obey, observe, uphold and maintain the Constitution and all other laws of the Republic. These are the actions of a man who quite simply does not deserve the title of President of the Republic of South Africa. And he must go. I know that there are decent members of the ANC who agree with this point of view, who share our point of view. I would ask the Honourable Deputy President, who was the author of our Constitution, to reach in his...
Honourable Self, your time has expired. Honourable Mabi.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, honourable members, I rise to address you in response to yet another frivolous motion by the DA to remove President Jacob Zuma. And let me kick off this one by borrowing from the Bible, Proverbs 28, verse 13. Whoever conceals their sins does not prosper, but the one who confesses and renounces them finds mercy. Without even considering the option of repentance and forgiveness as required by the Holy Scriptures, our honorable friends disregarded all that the Holy Easters had to offer and took this route, which unfortunately leads to nowhere, displaying outright desperation and a misguided lust to portray themselves as champions of the Constitution and the rule of law. Had it really had the interest of the country at heart, the disparate alliance would have called for a debate on the Constitutional Court judgment in order to assist the National Assembly to improve its functioning and to consider changes to its rules to give effect to the Constitutional Court's ruling. These are the immediate issues which the South African public expect from Parliament, not political grandstanding. Your leader is a pastor. He knows the Bible better. The long-standing legal uncertainty about the powers of the Public Protector has finally been ended, with the Constitutional Court confirming the binding effect of their findings and action. The movement will rise yet again. The ANC welcomes the judgment. It accepts it unreservedly.
who have witnessed democracy in action, experienced the marvels of the separation of powers which the Constitution creates, and benefited again from the independent judiciary, which alone is able to pronounce on the conduct of Parliament and the President. For this, we salute the people of South Africa, who in 1994 entrusted us with the drafting of a new constitution for our country. We must now demonstrate that we fully understand the Constitutional Court's ruling. Indeed, the National Assembly should hold the executive to account. The ANC is ready to do so, and will do so together with yourselves. The supreme law of this country, Act 108 of 1996, the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, establishes Chapter 9 institutions, including the Public Protector. It further enjoins the National Assembly to receive annually reports about the functioning of this institution. In a multi-democracy like ours, we are all responsible, including this disparate alliance. Self-proclaimed modern constitutional expert to uphold and respect the Constitution. We must all be faithful to the Constitution and not sections of the Constitution. That's real patriotism. The President plays an important role in South African society and internationally, as the President is both head of state and head of the national executive, something that you want to get through shortcuts. The President's role is both ceremonial and administrative, making the position of President the most significant one politically in our country. The removal of the President has the potential to jeopardize the well-being of the South African nation.
Deputy Speaker?
Yes, Honourable, what are you
will Honourable Mabe take a question about his own conduct? Will he take a question about his own conduct?
Honourable Mabe?
Deputy Speaker,
they did not include. Wait for the. They did not include questions in their motion. They must allow us to deal with their disparation.
Honourable member, take your seat. Procedural member.
He is the perfect man to defend.
The removal of the President has the potential to jeopardize the well-being of the South African nation and state by causing instability and investor concern. For this reason, the Constitution requires that at least 2/3 of the members of the National Assembly must support the removal of the President. This high threshold means that the National Assembly will consider a motion to remove President carefully and unemotionally, with due regard to the gravity of the alleged wrongdoing and the interest of the nation.
Order, honourable member. You expect me to rule against members in the House? You behave. Order. Order. Proceed, honourable member. Proceed.
I pause to add that the Constitutional Court reflected fully, carefully and thoroughly on the conduct of both the National Assembly and the conduct of the President in relation to the Public Protector's report on eNCA. But after this diligent scrutiny, the Constitutional Court did not rule that the National Assembly and the President had seriously violated the Constitution. So in truth, there was no basis for this disparate motion. In fact, the Constitutional Court recognized that the President also had constitutional rights, which he was entitled to exercise when confronted with the Public Protector's report. The President did that. As a pastor and church elder, the leader of the DA is obviously familiar with the scripture readings, James 5 verse 16, which teaches us to confess our sins to each other so that we may be healed. And these teachings continue to be valuable to all of us, peoples of this movement. The ANC and the government also accept this.
Honourable Mabe, please take your seat. Yes, what are you raising, honourable member?
Can the member realize that the emperor that is singing so much praises for is naked?
No, honourable member, proceed.
No, the ANC and the government also accept this, and so does the President, who addressed the nation on the matter on Friday night.
Mabe, please take your seat. Yes, honourable member.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I wanted to find out if it's parliamentary that when politics escape you, it looks like you start relying on the Bible. It's because politics have gone bankrupt. Is it parliamentary?
No, it's not. You are out of order. Honourable Mabe, please proceed.
Deputy Speaker.
No.
Yes.
No.
While you dealing.
No, thanks, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Mabe, please take your seat. Yes, Honorable.
While you're taking this other interruption, I have something a little bit more serious to raise with you. Please, if you could give me a moment. The Honourable Mabe, earlier in his speech, made the following statement. Members of the ruling party should give heed when voting in this debate to their next... Can I finish? Can I be protected, please?
What's your point of order, Honourable Member? Order, Honourable Members, please. Order.
It seems
Procedural member.
My point of order is that it seems that the Honourable Mabe is making a threat to his colleagues in the ANC. He is saying they should give heed to their future mistakes when they're voting in this impeachment.
Okay. Honourable, that's not a point of order. You're making a political statement.
May I finish, Honourable Deputy Speaker?
Procedural member.
No, I have made a point and I wish a ruling. When I've finished, I have one more sentence. My request is that you consult the Hansard and check whether he's threatening his own MPs. Would you consult the Hansard, Deputy Speaker?
Take your seat, Honourable Member.
Will you or will you not consult the Hansard?
No, you can't push that into my mouth. You take your seat.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, you cannot dismiss me without giving a ruling.
No, I'm saying take your seat. You've made your point. Go ahead, Honourable Member.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. As for Honourable Dlozi, I know just how much the Bible means to him, and I can confirm that he spent this Easter praying. So it is very important that the things we do during Easters guide our own conscience and spiritual standing. And by the way, we did pray together with Honourable Dlozi this Easter as a matter of record. It's very important. On the 2nd of April 2014, the President addressed his response to the Public Protector's report to the Speaker of the National Assembly.
Point of order, Chief.
Yes. Honourable Mabi, please take your seat. Yes, Honourable Malema, what are you raising on?
Pule wa tseba re le tja bolelang ka tsona. A di bolelo di fella na go re tshwang ona. So a tlo di bolela mo. Re tlo mo reporter hore ba mo rake ka mola ka ro tja ditaba tja ka bua o
Honourable Malema has a point of order for that. Proceed, Honourable Mabi.
No, thanks, Deputy Speaker. On the 2nd of April 2014, the President addressed his response to the Public Protector's report to the Speaker of the National Assembly and said he would provide Parliament with a further report once the SIU investigations was complete. He did so on the 14th of August 2014. This was compliance. And I'm sure that the Deputy Minister had spoken to a number of things that had been done to comply with this. Actually, the President has never said that he's against the findings of the Public Protector. In fact, he had established a process to ascertain exactly what was to be done, including himself filing in court that his willingness to pay for those non-security upgrades. The President clearly understood his responsibilities to the Public Protector in terms of his constitutional obligations. In this regard, the Constitutional Court noted that the President had, consistent with this directive, submitted his response to the National Assembly within 14 days of receiving the report. It was followed by another response about 5 months later. The President had also consistently stated, even in Parliament, that he will pay for non-security related upgrades. It was unreasonable for the President and the National Assembly.
Order, Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member, please take your seat.
The Honourable Member is misleading the House. The President has apologized, yet he claims that he had always understood the remedial action of the Public Protector. He must not mislead this House. His President said he was ill-advised and he is apologizing. So he was confused. His sobriety status was unfortunately...
Honourable Mabi, please proceed here.
It was not unreasonable for the President and the National Assembly under the circumstances to follow the judicial proceedings instituted by the DA in respect of that report to be guided by those. The High Court judgment was overturned by the Supreme Court of Appeal only on the 8th of October 2015, some 2 months after the EFF had already filed an application for declaratory relief in the Constitutional Court. In other words, the President and the National Assembly were faced with a High Court judgment which was overturned by the Supreme Court of Appeal, but also with the pending application in the Constitutional Court, which was going to rule definitively on the binding nature of the Public Protector's powers. The actions of the President are consistent with his own undertakings to repay the money spent on non-security related upgrades and his undertaking prior to the Constitutional Court hearing to pay. This is not the attitude of a person who is unmindful of his constitutional obligations to the Public Protector and the nation. Those processes and the court actions launched by the EFF...
I rise on a point of order.
Yes, what's the point of order? Honorable member, withdraw that. You know you can't say that to a member. Proceed, honorable member.
The actions of the President are consistent with his own undertakings to repay the money spent on non-security related upgrades and his undertaking prior to the Constitutional Court hearing to pay. This is not the attitude of a person who is mindful of his constitutional obligations to the Public Protector and the nation. Those processes and the court actions launched by the EFF and this disparate alliance also impeded the swift compliance by the President with the Public Protector's remedial action. We are relieved that the critical role played by the Public Protector has been clarified by our courts. And to conclude, Batlami Badika Lidiema, Bu OK Mutsepe, Batisha Teto Limpudule, Rebari, Mpirote Raole. The strength of the ANC is in its unity, and we will rise yet again.
Honorable Gallo.
Deputy Speaker.
Yes, honorable member.
Deputy Speaker, may I address you in terms of Rule 70?
Yes, honorable.
It's a very important matter, and I think that you may have erred earlier by simply dismissing it. I refer you to Section 7D of the Powers and Privileges and Immunities of Parliaments and Legislatures Act. It says very clearly that a person may not assault or threaten a member or deprive a member of any benefit on account of the member's conduct in Parliament, in House or committee. The point the Honourable Ollis was making was that it was a threat and was in violation of that. He made a simple request, and I'm repeating the request to you. Would you please examine Hansard to see whether the threat made falls foul of Section 7D of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament Act, and if so, would you come back with a ruling, Deputy Speaker? Thank you.
Honourable member, I didn't dismiss him. I told him he's made his point, he must take his seat. Honourable Gallo, proceed. I heard,
thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
I heard what the Honourable member said here.
Deputy Speaker, may I address you?
Yes, take your seat, Honourable Gallo.
Deputy Speaker, what we are requesting from you is an indication as whether or not you will look at the Hansard and come back with a ruling. You haven't. No, you have not said that.
That's obvious. It's the blinding.
Well, thank you very much.
It's the blinding glimpses of the obvious. What else do you want me to say?
Proceed, Honourable member.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable Deputy Speaker, this August House is highly infested by the well-educated people. Others are educated in the University of Political Corruption and Injustice. Others are schooled in the University of Political Disruption and Ill Discipline. Where do we find one another? That is the question. The AIC, first and foremost, takes this opportunity to thank the Constitutional Court on behalf of the people of South Africa. We are saying thank you, Chief Justice Mogoeng, for protecting our hard-obtained constitutional democracy from being hijacked by the vultures, predators, and microbes of the state who are camouflaging as true leaders of the suffering masses, the poor masses
who are subjected into nothing except being beggars of rotten food parcels and permanent beneficiaries of social grants. Zooming into the subject of the day, the AIC, after having read the Constitutional Court judgment, the AIC has no choice but to support the voices of the people inside this House and the voices of the masses outside this House.
Honorable Member, your time is up.
Calling upon the President of the country to step down. Why we are saying that as African Independent Congress is because the President is not reliable. Recently, in 2014, we had a meeting with the President at Mahlambandlovu, where he promised us that he will deal with the question of the demarcation at Matatiela and Mutse. This President, you cannot trust him because he promised the people, but he didn't implement that kind of promise. So we are saying the President must step down, fresh elections must be convened, and this incredible kind of National Assembly must be dissolved. We concur with Bantu.
Honorable Member, your time has expired. Honorable Tlowama.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honorable C.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I just want to rise on a point of order.
Yes.
I didn't want the
Honorable Tlowama, please take your seat.
I didn't want the honorable member to be disturbed, but some honorable member, which I need you to investigate, put his mic on when Honorable Gala was on the floor and said, "Honorable member, your time is up." Now, I don't think that is fair because you disturb our thought over there.
Yeah, honorable members, please don't take over from the chair. There's a chair in the House. They're out of order. Proceed, honorable member. Honorable Tlowama.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy President, Honorable members. I just want to take this opportunity and teach Honorable Mawe a little bit about the Bible. Honorable Mawe must go and read Exodus, how a corrupt Pharaoh brought frogs, locusts that ate stock, sheep, grain, and Egypt was near to collapse. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we are now gathered in this August House to debate an impeachment of a president who has an unbroken record of scandals from Shabir Sheikh to Nkandla and Waterkloof. A political chameleon who we knew of his corrupt baggage before he became the president of this country. President Zuma cannot be redeemed. Theft and dishonesty are deeply ingrained in his presidency. Honorable Deputy Speaker, President Zuma must fall or we don't have a country. He broke his oath, our constitution. He tried everything. He tried even to hide behind National Key Points Act of 90. This president cannot lead. He is spiritually and politically hollowed. He brought only Sodoma and Gomorrah. Honorable Speaker, President Zuma is our Nebuchadnezzar. President Zuma must be removed. He is a traitor, a bad example into our constitutional democracy.
Honorable member.
And a avaricious exploiter.
Honorable Tlowama, you can't say that. That's unparliamentary. Traitor? No. That's unparliamentary. Say, withdraw it. Honorable member, you can't say the president is a traitor. You have to withdraw it. It's unparliamentary.
Deputy Speaker.
I'm waiting. I'm addressing a member who must respond.
I'd like to take a point of order.
Please respond, honorable member. I'll give you an opportunity to address me.
Honorable Speaker, I withdraw.
Thank you, honorable member.
Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable
Deputy Speaker.
Can I finish?
Please take your seat. Yes, Honourable Member.
Deputy Speaker, I'd like to see clarity from you because obviously this now constitutes a ruling that is precedence
Yes.
in this House.
Yes.
Members of this side of the House have been called traitors on a regular occasion, and it's never been declared unparliamentary. Are you now declaring the word traitor is now unparliamentary in this South African Parliament?
Yes, Honourable Member, I'm doing that.
May we ask that
Proceed,
this is
Honourable
referred
Member.
to the Rules Committee for a considered decision?
Absolutely,
Thank
Honourable
you.
Member. I agree with you. It must go there. No problem with that. Proceed, Honourable Member.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, this House must restore its image and fire President Zuma or will be regarded as a corrupted National Assembly accomplices to his dynasty. Failure to remove him will lead steadily to lawlessness, civil strife, mistrust, and ungovernability. Honourable Deputy Speaker, lastly, our Constitution is a product of sacrifice, death, and long life commitment to our people. For us to allow one family to prosper in comfort through plunder and patronage is unforgivable and betrayal to South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Mbinda.
Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, over here. Hey.
Yes,
How are you,
Honourable
Deputy
Josie.
Speaker? Yes. Can I address you?
On what rule, Honourable Member?
Yeah. Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Member, Honourable Mbat. Hey, Honourable Member, you are out of order in the first place. You've got no business to be screaming. What's wrong with you? Huh? Are you not well, Honourable Member? You can't work like that. Honourable Ndlozi, you have to explain why you are rising on a point of order. Don't listen to your colleague.
Honourable Speaker, if you would allow me just a little indulgence, could you please, since it is a rule, just be on the record. What does traitor mean such that it's no longer allowed in the House? So that it's on record and I'm safe. Please define it for us. What does traitor mean that you are outlawing in Parliament language? So that when we get to the Rules Committee, we are able to say you said traitor, which means 1, 2, 3, 4 is no longer allowed in Parliament. Please explain and define to all of us. What does traitor mean?
Honourable Speaker, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Take your seat. Yeah, I have heard you. Yes, Honourable Minister.
I was under the impression that you'd ruled on the matter.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Members. Honourable Members, I agreed with the proposal that this matter be taken to the Rules Committee. I will be there to give answers that I might be asked on this matter. Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I agree that we need to explain these things. It's not a light thing to say, so I'll be at the Rules Committee meeting which will discuss this matter. And I've ruled. Proceed, Honourable Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. Yeah, Honourable Chair, I stand here very embarrassed to be a member of this Parliament. If you look at the serious implications that the Concord decision has taken on this National Assembly, can you ask your howlers, Honourable Chair, to keep quiet? They are disturbing me. They are making a noise.
My howlers.
No.
You are out of order, Honourable Member. Order! 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 Honourable Mbinda, you are out of order. Proceed. Members will give the member a chance to speak.
Yeah, no, it's because they know that you will protect them, but they are making a noise.
Honourable Member, I'm protecting you. Stop making aspersions. You're out of order.
Deputy Speaker, he's attributing the howlers to you because you took it upon yourself to defend the president and yet you're not defending a member of parliament at the podium.
Honourable,
it's true.
Honourable Member,
it's a fact.
Honourable Member, you're out of order. Take your seat.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. You know, honourable members of the ANC are drowning me. I'm sure they are using their majority.
Honorable member, members are listening to you. I told them to be orderly. What do you want? I'm asking you, honorable members, you are out of order. Please give a member a chance. Proceed, honorable member, with your speech.
This is a national embarrassment, Honorable Chair. Do you want to tell the nation that you will be voting against the Concord decision? We all know that the corruption is institutionalized within the ANC. That is why we see people like Secretary General Jacob Zuma running around like a headless chicken trying to protect his president. We all know that you are beneficiaries, by the way, of these corrupt tendencies. We understand that estate capture do not only apply to one person, but it applies to the entire organization. So we are not amazed with what you are doing. We should not allow the contribution of our fallen martyrs, because people have fought for the liberation of this country. They were fighting to protect democracy in this country. We must not allow it to be destroyed. And here we are pretending as if we do not understand the separation of powers. We expect now a judicial system to give Zuma a vote of no confidence. And yet we know that it will happen here in Parliament. What the judiciary has done is to take the ball from the scrum and give it to Parliament so that we decide what to do with these corrupt tendencies. Yo, niyayenza ingqolo kodwa man. Nani qeqeshwa phi kwi-politics?
If you deal in that.
Thank you. Yo,
Honorable Godi.
I need the outlaws number one. Clearing down the Vuma.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, comrades, Deputy President, comrades and honorable members. The APC welcomes the Constitutional Court judgment as a groundbreaking one. It did not just settle a question before it, but has reaffirmed the rule of law and moved our constitutional democracy forward. There are lessons to be learned and fully internalized. As a consequence of this judgment, we think we must look at the Public Protector Act to fully align it with the Constitution arising out of the judgment. It calls on this House, its members and the public to fully internalize the implications of being in a constitutional democracy. All of us, especially those of us from the liberation movement, must fully internalize the Constitution, because all the progressive provisions of this Constitution come from the liberation movement and not from the beneficiaries of apartheid. Yet we seem to have abandoned it to them who use it to advance their reactionary agenda. We must use it to continue the struggle to improve the material and spiritual needs of the masses. Especially the majority party must fully appreciate that in a constitutional democracy, decisions inconsistent with the constitutions are invalid and can be fatal. We must sober up to the reality that a cavalier attitude does not help progress. On the motion, the APC wish to state, now that there is certainty and finality on the status of the Public Protector's remedial action, let the President pay the portion of the costs as recommended by the Public Protector. If the President then fails to pay within the prescribed 45 days,
only then can we say he has deliberately, knowingly, and with malice violated the Constitution. This will then meet his removal requirements as set.
Honorable Godi.
No,
Take your seat,
Speaker.
Honorable Member. Yes, Honorable Member.
I want to check if it's really parliamentary. For a member to fail to separate him being a party agent of the ANC from being the chairperson of SCOPA.
Honorable Member.
Is it really parliamentary?
Honorable Member, no. Honorable Member, that's not a point of order. Go ahead, Honorable Member.
This will then meet his removal. This will then meet his removal requirements.
Honorable Godi, take your seat. Honorable Filtani, what are you rising on?
Thank you.
I'd
like to know if during a serious debate, fence sitting makes sense.
This will then meet his removal requirements as set out in section 89(1)(a) and (b). It is only then that we can entertain this motion, not now. So there is no
Honorable Kubai.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honorable members, liperile bakaina. Nranza kusungula nishaweta nivula korile shunga umelela, shunga ngena shize shuyalela ka Concord, shubula kori hina iri African National Congress shasamukela. Mara nranza kusungula nivula na leader ya the minority party, leader of the biggest minority party. Honorable Maiman, we understand why you would not have been able to craft a motion that has sense, that could have covered the issues that were raised by the Concord judgment. Because in your battle and in your challenge, in your race to outshine Honorable Malema in EFF, you could not even wait for the judgment to be printed. You had already submitted your motion in Parliament. So it's that shows the level of the politics that we have, the level of politicking that we have here. The other issue is around people saying, I want to say to South Africans, the President Zuma has humbled himself to the nation. He has apologized. He did not see himself as big not to be able to address the nation because he understood the importance of what was happening in the judgment. Kika mo ke bolelang ke re o ile a gopela tshwarelo ba gantši ba ile ba gopela tshwarelo go na le ngwana o ile a ngwala ka ra Twitter a bolela ka mogho leng yena le ngwana bo wa moshimane ba ile ba pala makoloi ya mabaibai ya mmusho ba ile o itšhaisa a e fetsa o tšhaisiwa koloi yeo ya boa ya replacewa ke nngwe ya go botsana ga go lwa le boga gore itšhaisitswe ba gopela tshwarelo mma go ngwana ka gore ne le mmereko wa pušo a gopela tshwarelo ra amogela ra swarela yaanong ra boela gape ra gopola mo sa khumbula ukuthi kube ne-journalist yase-UK eyakhulu yatshelwa ukuthi i-bastard, i-bloody agent, i-rubbish which is in the trouser. Apology was afforded, apology was accepted. Now, you see the difference with us as the African National Congress and the nation, I want to say, is because we are an organization that is able to be honest about our challenges. We lay them bare and say this is who we are as the African National Congress.
On a point of order.
That's what has led to where we are as 104 years.
Deputy Speaker.
Please take your seat. Yes, Honorable Member.
Deputy Speaker, there is nothing honorable about the ANC. You are criminals, you are fraudsters, you are thugs. We all know that Zuma stole from the country's coffers. We know that. There's no point of coming here and defending the #1 thug of this this country.
Proceed.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Ke hore le bona-
Order,
ke
Chair.
batho ba ka bona ba ile ba
Order, Chair.
utswa di-computer dimmerekong ya bona.
Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Kubai.
Yaanong ke rata ho bolela
Honorable
ke re-
Kubai, take your seat. Yes, honorable member. Wait. Wait.
Deputy Speaker, it's not on.
Yes.
Deputy Speaker, Honorable Kubai must not come here and compare apples with banana. The issue of a journalist
Honorable
of UK...
member, you are not supposed to debate. This is not a debating chance for you.
No, Honorable Deputy
it's
Chair,
not a
you
point
gave
of
me a
order.
chance. You gave me a chance. I'm speaking. So now why are you stopping me before you hear me what I'm saying?
Because
I'm raising a point of order here. She must not come and compare apple with banana here. Those are the two separate things. She must know what she's
That's
debating.
not a point of order. It's frivolous, actually. Proceed, honorable member.
ngokuba i-ANC ize ifike la ifika khona ibe ne-104 years ingokuba iyiqembu elikwazi ukuthi libe self-correct, self-criticize, self-introspect and self-reflect. That's what made us, and that's what differentiates us from all. You see, others are calling for regime change. Honorable Holomis, inoba umhlekazi ukhumbula ngela xesha uthatha pha kuStawu ikhule ya. You see, we are Democrats. We follow processes of democracy. We win elections on the polls. Don't say because you were beaten on the polls, you want another alternative where I say, Mhlekazi. Linda, i-2019 siyohlangana futhi. 2016 sikhona on the ground, sihamba phansi. As short spelele. Now, you know, kubhlungu ukubona u-Honorable Kubisa noTlowam. When we went on oversight, labahlekazi were almost kwinyembezi. Oh, umongameli ukudlaliwe ngayo kodwa abantu benkosi.
On a point of order, Deputy Speaker.
What's the order?
This member is leading the House. I asked why the pool was called a fire pool.
Okay,
she's
honorable
misleading
member,
the House.
That's not a point of order. Proceed, honorable member. Honorable members, please allow the member to finish.
Ayizayeka ke mhlekazi ngoba sengishilo yona. Hayibo sowuseduze nokukhala. Angibuyele ngisho ngithi.
Sorry, take a seat, honorable member. Yes, honorable member.
Deputy Speaker. Bengicela ukucheck ukuthi umhlonishwa
Honorable members, no order.
Laba dayisi bezwe baba ngumsindo.
Honorable member, please don't do that now. Order, honorable members.
Somlomo ngifuna ukucheck ukuthi umhlonishwa engawuthatha yena umbuzo omncane nje ngoba ngathi uyayazi into akhuluma ngayo.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, on a point of order. Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Yes, honorable member.
On a point of order. Lawyer Mhlekazi ubize amalunga weParliament ngokuthi abadayisi bezwe. Asinabo abadayisi bezwe kulendlu. Honorable Deputy Speaker, that is unparliamentary.
Honorable member, you know that.
Deputy Speaker, kusho ukuthini ukuphikisana akusikho yini ukudayisa ngezwe ukuphikisana nomthethosisekelo wezwe na?
Honorable member, Honorable Kubai.
Deputy Speaker, I understand,
members.
Honorable Self, you now have a signed copy of the affidavit provided to you because Honorable JJ, when he spoke here, he made a reference of an affidavit that made comments on the PP also having confusion. So we have provided that as evidence. So I wanted to make it for record here that it was not out of malicious that the Deputy Minister said it. We have provided the copy to Honorable Member of the signed affidavit that explains what he was talking about. Now, on the issue of the investigations, honorable members, I think we are forget. I don't know whether it's amnesia or it's deliberate. But the investigations of the PP came after the task team of the ministers have even referred matters for criminal investigation to the SIU. Now today you are quoting the SIU. I remember in the committee at some point, you did not even want to recognize the SIU. That report is initiated out of the process that was started by the president. Now, there is no issue around misunderstanding and not willing to observe.
Honorable, please take your seat. Yes, Honourable Member.
Deputy Speaker, I just like to check with you. Is this the very same member that during the eNCA committee painted her nails?
Honourable Kubai, proceed.
You know, I have forgiven and almost understood that journalist. You see, she had lost her sense of smelling. Because if she had it that day, she would have understood that when you paint your nails, the whole room would have smelled of a Q-Tex. So it didn't. So she didn't have a sense of smell. So we've forgiven and understood that there was some problem with her noses. Just to come to the issues previously, Parliament has used Concord judgments to improve how it works and amended the rules. So members must not behave as if this is the first time. We've had, for example, may he solely rest in peace, Honorable Ambrosini's judgment, where he took the Speaker to court because it's part of nurturing a growing democracy. You have issues that constantly would need clarity. Now, for years, this parliament had a particular way of dealing with private members' legislation. When Honorable Ambrosini, the late Honorable Ambrosini, took the matter to court because that was issue that he was not happy about, Concord found that yes, we needed to change. We did not fight it. We came back as parliament, in the fourth parliament, by the way, and it was amended. It's because Parliament constantly has to make sure that it enhances its work, it amends its rules, and that's part of growing of democracy. So it can't be a new thing. It's not a new thing. There are many other court judgments that we can make reference to. The issue of public participation, how it must be done, that was a court judgment. We always go to the courts where there are constitutional uncertainties on matters to get clarity on. Now, the issue of impeachment does not even exist in our language. It's an imperialistic language that comes from somewhere. We don't exist. It doesn't here. Now, it shows what informs our politics, informs what we do as South Africans. Now, I want to urge all fellow South Africans, yes, we have our challenges. Yes, as South Africa, we are growing. There are things that we are going to have to fix. There are things that we are going to have to put in place. But we must never, even a single day, allow for international interference on our matters as a country. For the New York Times to have the nerve to write in its editorial about the leadership of this country, it's uncalled for. And any loving South African, even those who call themselves Democrats, must stand and protect the sovereignty of this country. Because you find people call themselves Democrats.
Point of order.
Yes, Honourable Member, please take your seat, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Is the Honourable Member on the podium ready to take a question?
Go ahead, Honourable Member.
Are you ready to take a question?
Honourable Member.
I'm not taking his question, Speaker.
Okay. Thanks. All right, proceed.
Now, the issue here, and I'm going, because I quoted this 2 years ago, and I'm going to quote it again. Let me quote one of the sons of this African soil addressing the foreign envoys accredited to Tanzania on the 8th of June, 1978, President Julius Nyerere. I quote, he said, I quote, "I've been very concerned indeed about the world reactions, recent events in Africa. And it seems to me to be necessary that I should make Tanzania's position clear. For the events of the past few weeks have once again demonstrated that although our legal independence is officially recognized, Our need and our right to develop our countries and our continent is our own interest, has not yet been considered in practice. The habit regarding Africa as an appendage of Western Europe has not yet been broken. Unquote.
Yeah, Honorable Mhlongo, what are you raising on? For the honorable members.
Deputy Speaker, let me raise a point of order to say, trying to bring the name of President Julius Nyerere to this crisis of the ruling party. If he was still alive, he was going to stand with Katrada. He was going to stand with all Lutuli detachment fighters to say you are wrong.
Honorable Mhlongo, that's it.
What kind of a country are you building?
That's not a point of order. Proceed,
what kind of a country are you building, Deputy
Honorable
Speaker?
Member, that's not a point of order.
What kind of a country are you building?
No. Proceed, Honorable Kubai.
Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Honorable Mhlongo, we were brought and trained in the revolutionary movement. We are not just shaken. This our forefathers, we associate them with.
Point of order.
What's your point of order, Honorable Member? Please take your seat.
The Speaker cannot address Honorable Mhlongo directly, not via you. She's addressing Honorable Mhlongo in your presence.
Honorable Member, please take your seat.
She must not do that.
Proceed, Honorable Member.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, this Parliament had the misfortune of being inundated with frivolous points, motions, with intention to remove the President from office by the party. For example, I think DA has been doing this almost every month. Now, Honorable Maimani, you've been saying in the public domain, wanting to make South Africans to believe there's something historical about this one. There's nothing historical about it. There is nothing historical about this motion because previous motions that you brought is the same. We have 2 clauses in the Constitution that speaks about motions. Now, you've brought the same every time when it comes to say there's something different about this one. It's a PR exercise. This is an electioneering motion. It has nothing to do with the advancement of the Constitution because every year there is the elections. This is what you do. Since I've been a member of Parliament in 2009, every year there's election year, for example, in DA. They will object any report that comes. They will object all budgets. They will object all bills. Go and look the records. Go and look at the records. Every election year, this has been consistent. You have never supported the work that is brought to this house. Today, you are saying you do not recognize this because you did not vote. The laws that governs you, even if you have abstained from them, Honorable Steenhuisen, don't say rubbish. The laws that have governed you are the ones that you have abstained. Even the labor laws. That's why there was confusion. Because every time, Honorable Steenhuisen in this house, DA, because of its non-understanding of its policies and its stance, you get confused. Even election year, it's worse. Remember the last time when you couldn't even know how to vote on labor laws? Just to remind you, the party outside said something else. Here there was something else. You went on a confusion mode. Now we can't be part of your confusion. We are not going to be co-opted. I think I'm going to go to Comrade Mbax. We are not going to be singing to the music that we don't know who's the composer.
Your time has expired, Honorable Member. Thank you. Honorable Members, that concludes the debate. Oh no, Honorable Leader of Opposition. Must go ahead.
On a point of order,
Honorable Member.
Honorable Speaker, we just wanted to find out, is that the best sweep that the ANC can give on a motion of a constitution? Is that the best you can do?
Proceed.
Is that the best you could give us?
Hey, Honorable Josie.
Honorable Josie. That's terrible, man. That's poor.
Speaker, I think it would be helpful for Honorable Jeffries, whose judgments have been refuted in every court, and perhaps Honorable Kubai, to undergo an evolution in thinking. Because you sound like the same stuck record you were at the ad hoc committee and you've been found against. But I want to speak to the Deputy President, a South African who I respect, who was key in authoring the Constitution. And I guess the question before all of us is that will the party that he leads be trusted with the Constitution that he spent his life contributing to? I suspect you won't be able to do so. And I call upon all of you to find the same spirit that is now in Trevor Manuel, who stood up and said, for him, he believes Jacob Zuma must step aside. Honorable members, fellow South Africans, today the choice is binary. The choice is whether or not you will choose the Constitution of the Republic on one hand or Jacob Zuma on another hand. The choice is whether or not you will choose to protect your oath of office that we took here in this house to protect the Constitution, or to serve Jacob Zuma and the Guptas. The choice is whether or not we will protect the poor people of Protea South, where money was deviated away to building a mansion for Jacob Zuma, or will choose the mansion in Nkandla. The choice is whether to become the enemy of the people or the protector of the people. I choose today the people of this country, the Constitution of this republic, and the removal of Jacob Zuma from office. I ask you to vote likewise. I thank you.
Honorable members, that concludes the debate. I now put the question. Honorable members, order. I now put the motion as presented to us by the leader of the opposition. And those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the noes have it.
Deputy Speaker, it's a constitutional motion. We need to see whether we can see two-thirds majority. But we also want South Africa to record for posterity the names of every one of those ANC MPs who chooses Zuma over the Constitution. We call for a division.
Honorable members, a division having been called, will now ring the bells for 5 minutes. Order. Order. Take your seats, honourable members. We would like to remind members that they may only vote from their allocated seats. When requested to do so, members must simply indicate their vote by pressing the appropriate button below the yes, no, or abstain signs. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as the member's vote when the voting session is closed by the chair. The question before the House is that the motion as moved by the leader of the opposition be agreed to. Are all members in their allocated seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the motion should press the yes button. Those against, press the no button. Those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? Okay. Okay, the whips will take care of those, yes, okay, all right.
Deputy Speaker, Deputy Speaker, your electronic voting is not working here, doesn't have my name, the screen is blank, so okay. I think we must go for a secret vote because it's not working. Any result you are going to announce here are technically deficient. It's not working, come and see it here. Yeah, okay. Send your people here.
Honorable Gadi.
Nothing honorable here. This thing is not working here.
Honorable Gadi, you have not been here for a long time, I realize. Yours will be taken on board. Take your seat, honorable member. The voting session is now closed. Honorable members, the results are as follows. The yes are 143, The noes 233, no abstentions. The motion is therefore not agreed to. Honorable members, the third motion on the order.
Honorable Chair.
Yes.
Sorry. Honorable Speaker, it's actually quite embarrassing that Parliament has broken again the same law. We simply can't, as opposition, sit here with a party that in fact in a motion of the Constitution still does not apply its mind. No, it can't be so.
My man, go out.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, on a point of order.
Simply can't accept.
On a point of order, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the member is out of order. We dealt with the debate. No.
Wait, honorable member, wait. Honorable members, wait. Honorable Baimane, the debate is concluded. We've given the result.
But they are breaking the law. They are doing it again.
No, honorable member.
It was the same in the
honorable member.
No, we can't sit here. They did exactly the same thing.
Honorable member, take your seat.
Honorable Speaker.
Take your seat, honorable member. Yes, honorable member.
No, I want to put it on record that you voted against the Constitution here.
Yes.
You voted against the people of South Africa, and you must be ready for what is coming for you, because you are again committing an illegal act of voting for wrong things here.
Take your seat.
And we are not going to be part of this mess of a useless parliament that votes for wrong things.
You are traitors! You are traitors!
Order, honorable members.
You are traitors!
Of the Constitution.
You have raped the Constitution.
We're just going to go like that, Must go with the mace.
Order. Honorable members.
You sell out.
Order.
Honorable Day in your chair,
Honorable members, if you want to leave the house, leave quietly.
Protect Zuma.
You are traitors.
You protect Zuma.
Our time. You are wasting our time.
To you, useless.
I'm not saying Let's continue, honorable members. Can the secretary please read the third
Respect
order?
the Gauteng ANC.
Continue, Zakoka.
Which one? Okay. Honorable members, the third motion on the order paper is the motion in the name of the Chief Whip of the Majority Party. I now recognize the Honorable Chief Whip. Honorable members, we have the Chief Whip on the...
House Chair, I move for the motion in my name.
The motion, I put the motion. Are there any objections to the motion? No objections, agreed to. The fourth motion on the order paper is also in the name of the Chief Whip of the Majority Party. Honorable Chief Whip.
Again, House Chair, I move for the motion to be adopted.
I would appreciate it if the Chief Whip could read the motion so that members understand what they are objecting or agreeing to.
Yeah, I agree. It's on the job induction. Draft resolution, Chief Whip of the Majority Party. We move that the House knows that on 29th March 2007, the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces, respectively, adopted the first report of Joint Rules Committee 2007 tabled in the announcements. tablings and committee reports on the 27th of March 2007, which contained the governance model for Parliament. Further notes that the Financial Management of Parliament and Provincial Legislature Act, previously the Financial Management of Parliament Act 10 of 2009, provides that an oversight mechanism of Parliament must maintain oversight of the financial management of Parliament. Recall that on 26 November 2015, the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces, respectively, adopted the first report of the Joint Rules Committee 2015, tabled in the announcements, tables, and committee reports on 20th November 2015, which included new joint rules for a joint standing committee on the financial management of Parliament, referred to as the oversight mechanism. Fourth, recognizes that the governance model of Parliament adopted by the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces on 29 March 2007 is inconsistent with the Financial Management of Parliament and Provincial Legislature Act, and therefore resolves that, subject to concurrence of the National Council of Provinces, to abolish the governance model of Parliament. I so move, House Chair.
Thank you, Chief Whip of the Majority Party. I now put the question. Are there any objections to the motion? No objection, agreed to. We now come to notices of motion. Do we have notices of motion? At the back, Honorable Mantashe, followed by Honorable Williams.
I, on behalf of the African National Congress, welcomes the announcements not long ago by the Minister Rob Davis of the Department of Trade and Industry that 3 industrial parks in the Eastern Cape province will be revitalized, namely Quindustria, Esbeleni in the Krisani district, and Vulindlela Heights in the OR Tambo. This move addresses not only unemployment and poverty, but also
Honorable Mantashe, here we are dealing with notices of motion.
I'm sorry, Chairman.
Okay, you'll come back when the relevant time comes. Honorable Williams.
Thank you, House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that in its next sitting, this House debates the extent to which local beneficiation could be affected in our mineral resources without undermining the unity of our people and their overall participation in all economic activities. I so move.
Thank you. Any other notice of a motion? Honorable Member.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates ways to stabilize the labor environment, improving disputes, resolutions, and shop floor relations. I so move.
Thank you. Honorable Ntombela.
Thank you, Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates building an inclusive society and economy to address the factors that still sustain inequalities. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mantashe.
Thank you, Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that in its next sitting, the House debates the role played by science and technology infrastructure in benefiting the poor, especially in rural areas. I so move.
Thank you. Any other notice of a motion? In that case, we continue, and now we deal with motions without notice. Is there a hand? Oh, there. Honorable Member, thank you. Sorry for that.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress. Oh, it's okay. Okay. I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that in its next sitting, the House debates the mobilization of state and non-state capacities to deal with issues of crime in an integrated approach with active citizen involvement and co-responsibility. I so move.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other notice of a motion? 3, 2, 1, none. Thank you. We now move to motions without notice. Any member wishing to raise a motion without notice? Honorable member.
Thank you, House Chair. The African National Congress moves without notice that the House welcomes the Easter weekend 2016 road safety report released by the Minister of Transport, Dipuo Peters, Tuesday, 29th March 2016, notes that the report shows a 46% decline on road fatalities this year, 2016, compared to the year 2015, attributes a decline in road accidents fatalities to the success in the Department of Transport's rigorous road safety awareness initiatives. The law enforcement officers' high visibility, which together with increasing accountability by road users, commends the law enforcement officers, men and women, who work tirelessly day and night to make sure that our people are safe on our roads and arrive safely at their various destinations over the weekend. Further commends all motorists, particularly the public transport drivers, for exercising precaution on the road and ensuring that their passengers are safe. I so move.
Thank you. If there are no objections, I put the motion. Any objection? No objection, agreed to. Any member? Thank you.
House Chairperson, I move on behalf of the African National Congress that the House notes with sadness the horrific terrorist attacks which killed 34 innocent civilians and injured more than 100 in Brussels on Tuesday, the 22nd of March, 2016. Further notes that in the first incident, a suicide bomber blew himself up at Brussels airport, killing at least 14 people, and a further blast tore through a rush-hour metro train in the capital shortly afterwards, claiming 20 lives, according to public broadcaster VRT, believes that terrorism, in whatever form and from whichever quarter it comes from, can never be justified as a means to solve problems. Further believes that it is only through peaceful negotiations and dialogue that amicable solutions to the problems and challenges facing the world can be resolved. Condemns with the contempt it deserves the act of cowardice targeting unarmed and defenseless citizens, and conveys its heartfelt condolence to Prime Minister Charles Michel and the people of the Kingdom of Belgium, particularly the families of the victims, and wishes those injured a speedy recovery. I so move.
Thank you very much. Are there no objections to the motion?